Good morning, everyone. Hello, hello. It is the 1st of June already, and it's 7 minutes to 2. So I'm a little bit early, but I just thought, let me get this show on the road. And hey, Warren, how are you? How's it going? How was everyone's weekend? How was Friday trading, by the way, as well? I was cruising and noticed, yes. Well, hey, Sebastian. Well, 2 o'clock is standard time. Um, and sometimes I'm like, oh my God, I need to do some things anyway, so let me just start the stream. So, yes. I sometimes do that, so it's always a surprise. I try never to be late though, but sometimes I can't manage that. But I'm more often early than late. How's it going, guys? So that was a pretty awesome month. Crazy price action, and we've just been going up. I'm just curious how you guys have experienced the month of May. I had a wonderful, only traded 3 days. Yeah, well, it was a pretty awesome month. I agree. And it's important to choose your moments, right? Yeah. Wait for those moments that give you a higher risk to reward or better risk to reward that suits your model. But it depends on your model, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I had an awesome month as well. Practiced a lot of patience, by the way. So I guess that's something that I'm really happy with. And it seems to really work. For me, it's also something that I'm still working on, guys. Patience, 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 really waiting for those few trades. Well, not those few trades, but that trade that I feel really comfortable with, if then statements. Yeah, I want to do a poll about oh, your dog crab crypto. What your Doge? Is that Doge or hey, make money online? How are you? Hey, listen, I do believe for crypto people, our time is coming. Um, I think there will be. Oh, XLM, I'm heavenly. I'm heavenly. I'm in XLM since 2018. I'm heavenly invested in XLM. I would not call it a dog crap. I mean, it's being utilized now. The DTCC. I would not call it a dog. It is. It is. I'm looking to dump it. Really, Sebastian. Don't dump your XLM. Keep it for the long term. It's a long term thing. It's going to be used by almost every institution at some point. They're already implementing it in so many places. I don't know if you are following the background of XLM and XRP, where it's being. The banks are still fighting it, but they know they have to, because they just have to at some point change their way of, because they don't want it, because they're going to lose. They just, it's not good for their old model, which is not good for us. Yeah, XRP, me too. XRP, XLM, ADA. I'm since 2018, and I'm holding. I've just been accumulating, accumulating, accumulating. It's a utility once you have to be. Just going into crypto is, but you have to find those that will have a function, and I believe XLM, XRP, they're going to have a function in the new monetary system, and you can already see it happening. So yeah, it just takes time. Yeah, thank me later. Buy me a house or something in a few years. It's nothing. I'm just joking. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna sell it, you're gonna regret it in a few years. And just don't look at it. They are both. They are brother and sister from each other. XLM focused on on payments, cross-border payments for NGOs and stuff like that, and XRP is going to be used for everyone. So they're both very valuable. It's they go together. They go as a pair. So I believe you can't go wrong on any of them. But anyway, yeah, no, do whatever you want. But I'm just saying, XLM, it's a long-term investment. Hey, make money online. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to state how much you make. It's not interesting. I'm just happy to hear that you have a winning trade. Focus more on your setups. What setups are you using? Asia, yeah, let's go into the price action, guys. Asia looks good to me because it has been, I believe it's been consolidated. Let me double check. We obviously had again a move up from the open, from the open. Let's see what happened. Yeah, we opened up here, red line, a little bit of a dip down into the opening range gap, and then we just went up again as usual. Nothing new here, right? Nothing new here. And then we consolidate in Asia. We literally consolidated. We went up a little bit, and now we're here. Created Asia high. Now let's see if we can go a little bit over Asia high. Let me close the curtains. The downside of a beautiful day is that I need to close the curtains because of the sun. Okay. I wanted to do a poll. Oh, yeah, I want to do a poll about A plus setups again, but it's a different approach. I'm curious. Start a poll. Do you use if then statements for your A plus setups? It might be a little bit confrontational, this question for some. Because I just want to talk about what is an A plus set. Again, I just sometimes I feel like okay, let's address it because what is an A plus setup? People may call it an A plus setup, but maybe they're still secretly thinking, yeah, but is this? Can I actually? I'm just starting out. Is this actually an A plus setup? Can I trust it? Or you have not back tested it enough, or you have to start somewhere. But I'm just curious if people are using if then statements. So if you can have like a concept, like you study ICT and you start a model 2022 and someone asks you what's your model? Yeah, model 2022. But in all honesty, in all fairness, I don't think that is an A plus setup by itself because if you have not back tested it, you don't know how many times it will fail and what are your requirements for it to take it, right? Because it can be different for everyone. So I'm just curious if people use if-then statements and how they build their. Hey King, how are you doing? Hi Mareth, how are you doing? Good morning, happy week. I hope everyone had a good weekend. It's funny when it goes over setups or A plus setups, not many people want to engage. Okay, let's have a look. Yes, I'm really really well. I had a nice weekend. Watched some tennis. I really also got away from the charts a little bit. I had to do some things, obviously, but yeah, it's always I really enjoy in the weekend going over the charts to see what did I miss, what, I love to journal, as you guys know. I love doing it, but sometimes you really need to disconnect from the market a little bit. By the way, obviously we all missed Mether, but Mether sent a message that he's having a break and he's on family holiday and taking some time off with the family. Because I was like, so I sent him a message, but I thought, oh, maybe he's having a holiday. Let me just wait. And then he already contacted him. So everyone who's missing Mether, because we all do, I guess, he's always around, right? He's having a little break and he's spending time. And I believe he's on a short holiday with the fam, which is also very important. Hey, doing better than last week. I was studying all weekend. Okay, good for you. What were you studying, King? Do you have a plan for this weekend that you want to use some specific things that you have studied, for example? 67% use if-then statements. Well, I like to hear that. Good, good, good. Yes. And 33% no. Okay. One of the first program classes I took, kid used if-then, so they kind of cracked me up. Well, Sebastian, it is a thing in IT world, if-then statements. So if you have an IT background and the logic that comes from being mechanical, being database driven, you use if-then statements as well. So everyone who's already who has an IT background or has worked with IT teams, they will always, if you read their documents, it always comes back to if-then statements. So it's very common. Yeah, I have an IT background as well, so it sort of helps with when you build data around your trading and make it more mechanical. So, but I hear a lot of people talk about if-then statements. If I look at interviews of profitable trader that are being interviewed, how they got profitable and stuff like that. I hear they also use if-then statements a lot. But yeah, it comes. I believe it comes from from people who are from IT. They already use it because it's sort of like make things. You need benchmarks, right, against things. You need to. An A plus setup is not an A plus setup unless it has specific requirements, and those requirements you have to build slowly. It's something you can, you really need to work towards. Exactly. I again apologize for trying to share public code for stuff here, but nothing I make is ever bad. I'm making a Monopoly game for my parents and family at the moment. Um, a Monopoly game. That's cool. I love Monopoly. I used to love those board games. I prefer. Oh, make money. Or are you a coder? Do you code? Yeah, I was a functional application manager, so I didn't code. Was the bridge between the nerds. I'm a half nerd. I was the bridge between the real nerds and the people that had to work with the product. So basically, we did the applications for load control. So I come from aviation. So all the application that are used by the pilots for the baggage systems and stuff like that. So I was the bridge between, because I'm a half nerd, I could communicate with both. Yeah, my cousin works for LexisNexis. He's a database bro. I don't trade forex. No, only NQ and I love the indices. I came from stocks and I was just so tired having watch lists and keeping track on so many. And then I started on ES and then I was like hooked because I was, and now, it's so nice to know one chart so well, know the levels, feel comfortable with the levels. And it's just something I really, really enjoy. So I'm not, I will never go into Forex. No, I don't have any affinity with it. It doesn't appeal to me for some reason. And you know, NQ pays the bills. So thank you, NQ again. We have to thank NQ sometimes. Forex scares me. Yeah, it just doesn't appeal to me. But you know, a chart is a chart, in all fairness. A chart, but you have to know the product, I guess, right? So it comes with just let me have a look for A plus 10 votes. 50 yes, 50 no. So 50-50 now. Okay. Interesting. I just find it interesting, guys. I'm just curious because um, be a master of one, exactly. And then you can always branch out, right, to another one. Yeah. So I started on ES when I was doing TPO. And when I discovered ICT, actually then was the time I started moving to NQ. So I knew ES much better at start. And since then, I've just been only doing NQ. But now I chart on NQ, but guys, let one thing be clear. If I trade, it's MNQ on my accounts currently. It has been the whole last quarter. Only MNQ for now still, until the volatility. I mean, maybe, I mean, do we want the volatility to go back to normal? I'm actually liking it, to be honest. King TPO is sort of like a market profile. I don't want to get into it, but it was just for me. It wasn't bad at all, but it wasn't enough for me. But yeah, let's not get too much into other systems. But it wasn't bad at all. But just not complete for me. I was missing something. But it was a good start where I started to really get serious. It's also time based. It uses time based 30-minute ranges, so it was already time based in a way, which appealed to me. But anyway, we're still hanging out. I'm talking because I can see we're just we are sort of consolidating just below Asia high, and it's 11 past 2. So I wonder if we get any movement before. No, it's not. Yeah, it's a little bit different. But yeah, you can consider it in the group of Bookmap, a marketing profile. It's in the same group, but not bad at all. Not bad at all. But for me, not complete. So guys, remember that last time we never went back to the N walk of last week. Remember that? Um, Let me show you guys some stuff. So we still have the N walk, but we have multiple N dogs or new day opening gaps. If you look further down, we left quite a bit behind. Not the N walk specifically, but the N dogs, we have a couple of them also that have not been touched at all. So we moved quite a bit away from it already. How many points are we away? Oh, over 100 points already. Okay. So the question is, are we gonna make a new all-time high again? We are away 180 points now from the N walk. Yeah. Let's have a look at the IBDA levels again. So the 20-day look back, right? Let me go to the daily. I want to see where that fair value gap is that I marked. If that still is in, obviously it's still in discount, but you can see here the discount line of the 20-day is now here. Obviously it's going up because we're going higher, right? But I really like this fair value gap. And last time it was exactly on the 50%, and now it's a little bit lower, obviously, because the 50% line of the 20-day IBDA levels is moving higher because we're still going up. Up, 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 up. Yeah. So I still like this fair value gap. It's still discount if we go, if they would respect only 20-day IBDA. If we would look back at 40-day IBDA ranges, this is the midpoint here. Right? You see, this is the midpoint. Oh, the birds are here again, knocking on the glass. And 60-day look back. Huh? Yes, hello. I know. Don't do that, my friend. They're literally breaking the glass. You can hear it. So now 60-day look back is exactly the bottom. So we might get a top anytime soon now, because we're exactly 3 months away. If you look here at the IPTA levels, right? The low is exactly now 60 days away. So I guess almost the range should, I don't want to say should be in, but I wouldn't be surprised we can get a nice, we should start reversing, or at least have a nice retracement at some point. I don't know. We'll see. No. So on the daily, this is that end walk that everybody was waiting for, right? Last week. Um, this is really a large one. We have NFP this week, so okay, hold on, guys. You hear that? Okay, so we rejected here. Let me send those birds off. Okie dokie, let's see now. Okay, I just want to look at the poll. 13 votes. 62% says yes, and 38% says no. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm of the opinion that I think you need if then statements for a model to improve the model. Let me put it there. Because if you start out, it's hard because you don't know, right? Hold on. I just want to see. Let me just. I just want to see if we are going to. Can I go higher from here or not? You know what I don't like is all these gaps and these all these gaps here on the lower time frame. We rejected here at one. Go to the 3 minute. Equal lows. Midnight. We are bouncing off here. Um, Sebastian, I don't need volume. I don't need. I want to be positioned before the volume kicks in. Um, yeah, and also how price is behaving already tells me sometimes already I need to stay out because price is not doing or behaving the way I like it. And it already tells me like, okay, it's not going to be a good trade for me. Okay, I'm just wondering if so I'm thinking it might be a bullish setup, but the thing I don't like on the 5 minutes, so I'm going back to my if then statements. So what I'm looking at here is we are bouncing. So this is a level I'm interested in. So I'm looking at it already, and I can see we're sort of like respecting it, but these imbalances bother me a little bit. So I'm just sort of expecting it to break. So I'm sort of waiting for that to happen. But if not, if they keep on bouncing off this midpoint, then obviously they're going to leave this behind for now. Maybe take Asia high. You can see we're still respecting that orange box, right? And I don't want a body closure below the midpoint of this orange box. But these imbalances are sort of like, so for me, I don't like it to take a long when I've got two of them below and obviously equal lows here as well. So, hey, Lance, how are you doing? I got chopped to death earlier. I tilted and burned an evo. Uh, when did that happen? Friday or today in Asia? So Friday, it reached it. We had a spike up. If it was Friday, Friday spiked up. That was the objective of the week, and then it went into 30%, and then it just stayed between the range of 10 and 30%. It didn't do anything else than that. Friday can be been sitting on my hands all morning. Yeah, that's good, guys. Um, Sebastian, you know, the thing is, if you start out, we so if you new to trading, it's hard in the beginning to identify when it will keep on chopping. And when you are caught in it, and then you think, oh, now the move will come, but it will not come because the objective is either met or we're in a time of consolidation. Yeah, and it's tough, but yeah, it's we all do it, but it's so easy to say not to do it, right? So that's why here comes that's I want to revert back to my point, if then statements. If you don't have a plan, if you don't have a model and if then statements, then you will get chopped up maybe in situations like that because you don't have these if then statements will keep you out of trouble. No, after the 6 o'clock open, I was up 2,300 on a 50K and blew it over trading chop with revenge size. Yeah. For me already, when people are focused on the money amount, it's not about the process anymore. It's just focused on the money. And already that is an approach that is not really a good one. It has to be, you know, you have to be focused on the process and on your models and on your if then statements. And I keep on going back to it because it's so important for me. The just refining my A plus setups with if then statements, and the more if then statements I grew into because I got more knowledge and more journaling, the lesser trades I took. So I took trades out of a model, like instead of trading a model like you say, I have 100 trades I journaled or tested. And in the beginning, let's say you have a 60% win rate, right? Let's take that example. But then I started noticing, oh, when my trades that didn't work, obviously you journal them as well. Like, okay, but why did it not work? So I could add another if-then statement to that model, which I took out that scenario, which brought that model up to, for example, 70% or 75%. Yeah, but it doesn't, the thing is, just thinking about it, I'm not going to do it, doesn't change if you don't change your approach to how you address the market. And I believe the change for me came being more, really making it more data driven and also more mechanical. But the only way you can make it mechanical is being very rule based. And how do you become rule based? By creating rules, by creating rules around your model that you are trading, because we all start somewhere, right? Yeah. No, you know, Lance, this is already a mistake that you're saying. You don't need a model. You need to stay out of that scenario. You don't trade. Look, accumulation is actually a really good thing. We use accumulation at a later stage. We let the market accumulate, and those are the ranges we use in our market maker models to address later on. Those are the ranges. Asia normally creates our accumulation. Like textbook normally is when everything goes very, very smooth, is Asia accumulates, London manipulates, and then New York distributes. That's very simplistic, but it's the AMD. We love accumulation because we don't trade, we wait. We let the ranges form, and we use those ranges later as RTP. That's how you use accumulation. You don't want to. I mean, if you're a scalper, you can trade it because there are people. I'm sure there are people in the chat that trade it because they have models around it. It's not for me. Who in the range? I mean, I'm sure in the chat. How many people do we have here? There are people that have specialized in it and they manage. And how many people trade chop? How many people are equipped to trade accumulation ranges? There are, because there is logic to it, but you have to study the logic. But it's different. For me, it's not. I'm a distribution trader, so I wait for the distribution after the A, after the M. But trading chop you get chopped up, right? Because there is logic to it, but you have to figure it out. You have to journal it. But it's not for me. I've scalped sugar futures. Oh, you did? Interesting. Yeah, it's a totally different skill set. It is possible, but you have a lot. You have to you use a lot of mental capital. You have to be very fast, and for me, it drains my energy a lot, and I would rather wait. So for me, it's just now okay. Like I'm talking and I'm saying, okay, I see it's my orange box, but I see this, I see that. So this box is not optimal. Let me see if these get mitigated and maybe even we go lower. So that means this is rejecting. So I'm just collecting intel now, and it's already telling me that we're not bullish anymore. We're starting to turn bearish. Am I interested already? No, I'm still not interested. I can see it go down. Am I interested in 20, 30 points at the moment? Not really. I'm still waiting. And I know it's going down because I'm already seeing we are going lower and because of this. But I would rather just wait. I really enjoy being patient. The hey, what's that lens? It was you, right? The JOMO. I mean, that's one on you. The JOMO is real. The joy of missing out. Because we get a better trade afterwards. Because we've got more data to work with. On that note, I wish you all big gains, steady. Yes. Hey, sleep well, Sebastian. Thank you. But Lance, sometimes Asia does provide a nice opportunity. It's not about the session. Don't it's not it's about you not reading the market correctly. That's the truth. It's not the session. It's you going into the market because we also have chop in New York. We also have chop in London. We have chop everywhere. It is just reading the market and being able to have a few losing trades and be able to say, okay, you know what? It's just chopping. It's not I'm going to disconnect from the markets. And that's the hardest thing. I have issues with that as well. Once I'm in and my brain goes on, um, if, like I said, if I don't follow my rules, I know exactly what you're feeling. I know exactly what you have done because I do it as well at that stage. Yeah, but it's very simple. If you have one losing trade or you hit your session loss, you stop. So for me, my orange box is giving me a lot of information. We went lower into it, but we're already back into it. So I'm already something in my brain is already telling me, okay, be careful now. It's choppy. It's not respecting the levels to the downside, but also is going back into it. So my box is now my sort of my roadmap for the time being. And like I said, if I miss a trade guide, I'm fine with it because the first trade always sets the path for the next trade, right? So if there's expansion to the upside, it will create for us a new fair value gap. It creates for us another PD area we can use, and for a better trade that I can totally build a full model, or I have something around it that I can build and feel comfortable. Everything is lining up. I would rather wait for that and let this just chop around. It's 2:32, so 2:30. Look here on the 15 minute. What do you see? We're going back and forth, right? We've got relatively equal lows to the downside, but we also have relatively equal highs to the upside. Now, if I look at the setup, it looks more bullish than bearish to me because of the order blocks. But they could also fail. So I'm more bullish than bearish, but I don't like how it's been behaving. So I would rather wait for one level to be disrespected and get clarity than put any risk on at the moment. Let me And on Monday, guys, I always paper trade my first few trades, especially on Monday. After the weekend, brain is slow. You don't know how you are reading the market. You don't know if you are if you still have enough brain cells left after your hardcore weekend. I'm just joking. I like that self-control, I think. Lance, it is something you need to train. It is by, we talked about it on the stream. It's not only a discipline, it's also biology. It's the market is designed around fear and greed. So the moment you do not follow a fixed set of rules, you fall victim to it. I do. I know it. I got so obsessed with it by figuring it out, because I couldn't accept the fact that me being a very disciplined person in life, always being in control of everything. How is it possible that I'm over trading? How is it possible? I have no issues whatsoever, only sugar, full transparency. But no other thing in life, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? And it drove me nuts, because why am I losing accounts? Why am I still, I have models, I'm journaling, I'm doing everything right, and I'm profitable, but then, even then, I mean, it's still, so then I really started to go into it, and then I found out, okay, it's not only discipline, it's a combination of biology as well, and it's how the brain, how we are, once you fall into a certain way, or you start, that first trade that you should not take is already setting your brain to almost trip. It's almost irreversible if you do not disconnect. That's how I experience. It doesn't matter what I think. It doesn't matter, because your normal logical thinking goes out of the window straight away. So you cannot access that part of your brain anymore. It's very weird, and I don't think it's self-control. It is just really the fight flight system has been activated, so you are in a different state of mind, and you need to solve the issue. You want to go back into the chart to reset that loss straight away, because that's what we're programmed to do, right? Yeah, it looks more bullish than bearish to me now, but because we got these equal lows here and the midnight, I'm not interested in anticipating now. I have some negative trades I live that become very obvious in my trading. I'm fixing myself in my trading. It's just very slow process. I'm very patient, but no, yeah. Well, it takes time to. You have to get so fed up with yourself, and if you trade prop firms are rule based. So it's actually a very good practice to do prop firm before you actually start your own live account. And like I say, always, you build your live account with your profits from your prop firm, because you're really proving yourself that you can be rule based. Like I say with prop firms, there is a good and a bad about them, but they are also there to make their money. So you always have to play by their rules. That's the only way you can make money out of prop firms. So it's rule based, and some have rules that are more that suit your way of trading, and some don't fit your way of trading. So you have to choose, pick your poison. But prop firms are awesome because they really help you, force you into building rules. And for your live account, you might have maybe a little bit different rules, but it's so good to really already have. And I don't know if Rael is here. I mean, I found it so insightful what he mentioned. He says he was really depressed by that he went so slowly with his P&L and his evaluation, but he has no idea how valuable already the lesson that he is teaching himself by accepting the time and that it's slow. It's like, when you were a young kid and all your friends and students are partying, and you are doing something, a project, and building something already, and not doing the things that we like to do when we're young. And then by the time in 5 years later or 3 years later, you have like a lavish lifestyle because you have built a company already, making money. And those same friends, they're jealous of you now. And then you can still have your time and fun. It's the same thing. You invest time and effort, but you'll get your reward if you stick to it. But yeah, it's not easy. Lance, I'm pretty fed up. I need to make some small changes. Wrong. You need to make some big changes. You need to trick your brain. And that's not easy. But you'll figure it out. You'll get so fed up, you'll figure it out. But it's not a small change. It's not us being, oh, I have to be more positive. Well, you always have to be positive, but you won't change the outcome if you don't change the process, okay? And I think the question that I asked, 20 votes now, do you use if-then statements for your A plus setup? First question, do you have an A plus setup? Second question, if you have an A plus setup or B plus setup, or you just have A setup but you don't know how to classify it, what are the rules that you hang around those setup, if you have any rules? I just want everybody to think about that. Like, do I actually have rules? Or do I just say that I have an A plus setup because everybody's talking about an A plus setup? I was really struggling with that in the beginning. What's the A plus setup? What is it? And it is not something that you just call an A plus setup because, oh, ICT, let me just, okay, you know what, I'm going to call the Model 22 an A plus setup. Yeah, but what are your rules to get into a trade for that Model 2022? How do you define it? Most people don't have that, but they also don't know where to start. And I think maybe it's something I want to address, and maybe we can discuss it on stream. I'm successful long term. I don't currently work and save for this learning curve. I had an loss of my mother. Oh, okay. So my runway has shortened. I gotcha. I gotcha. Yeah, Lance, I also made the jump from long term, or actually just I didn't know what I wanted to do, but getting into becoming it's like you start at zero. It's literally you starting at zero. So you really need to take the time and submit to time. But yeah, the lessons are tough, and the mirror is harsh. The mirror is there, and we all think we are not subjected to greed. We all think, oh, I'm just going to be happy with if it's even more than my monthly salary, I'll be happy. But then I don't know. You see the money printing. We all recognize it. We all recognize it. So that's why the rules are so important. So for me, it's guys, I'm trader slots. Do you think Silver Bullet is going to? It looks like chop. Yes. So Trader Sloss is already asking about the Silver Bullet. So it's actually a good thing that we have chop before London Open. So I don't want to say I think I know, but we had sessions that we had chop whole London session, one little move and then it chops back up. So I'm open to any outcome at the moment. So for me, it's like, okay, let's just see what London does. If London opens, it will give us more information. If we get like a nice move out of one of the areas, I would almost assume maybe to the upside, one spike as manipulation. Or when we go lower, then I'm like, okay, then we might have another day to the upside. But I don't know with all these order blocks if we're going to go lower. But let's see. At some point, we're going to break them. I just would rather wait and see what happens after the 215 macro. And if we have a nice displacement out of that area, then and we create some fair value gaps, yeah, I would think we can frame a trade from either an order block breaker or anything what is presenting to us. But at some point, yeah, and if we don't listen, you know how I see it, guys. I get actually the more chop we have, the better move either in pre-market, which I love to trade, or maybe the New York Open. So for me, if we stay in chop, I know it's boring, but sometimes it really gives us good trades at a later stage. So trader's loss for me is just a waiting game now and just submit to time. And for me, it's such a win for me being able to do so. And I know for you guys who maybe have not had submitted or have gone through the hardships and pain as I have, because I may be longer in the game, you maybe still need to go through them. Some trades look very easy for me now because I have on average over 100-point trades, but it's not something that I have done for a long time. It's something that I really started growing into, but it only is possible because of mistakes that I've made, journaling that I've done, trial and error, but also I used to back test, now I only forward test. But yeah, there's a lot of hard work behind it. And also being able to be patient like I'm now is also does not come easy to me. It's something that I had to train and I had to really keep training. So that's why I also want to sort of like use the stream like, guys, we're not going to use our mental capital or our evaluation, our hard-earned money on setups like this. We're not going to use, we just rather wait and maybe use our time efficiently in a different way. And we let the trade come to us. It's a cliche, but it's true. It's true. You see how the orange box is telling me, like, okay, the orange box now is telling me, now, okay, how do I know to identify? When you get more, when you journal, you start noticing, okay, what can I use as my roadmap for this session right now? You get more experience by just journaling and say, okay, and I knew that that box will give me my clarity for now. Hey, Mr. Chaos, how are you? Accompaniment call. I find it more difficult to remain after. Yes, after yes, because you get confident. Exactly. It's. Hey, accompaniment call. Listen, it's on my It's on the Discord as well. I have a few winning trades, and I posted. I have a rule, one trade per account per session. But I went straight in, and I had a really that was the 160-point trade or something last week. I straight back. I'm like, oh my God, it's still going. And I took another trade, and guess what? It was a losing trade. I gave back just a little bit because I had a very small stop loss, but it just tells you like you feel so you get like, oh, look at me, and it happens. It's still so again, the rules are so important. Yeah, it is really, and stick to your rules. And it sounds very harsh when I say one good trade per or difficult, one good trade per session per account, but it will keep your P&L green, and it will really avoid losses and tilting. Hey, mom, nom, mom, nom. How are you? Yeah, it's a long waiting game. Yeah. Yeah, and being more disciplined after wins are as I believe as easy as difficult as after losses. They're equally they can also be, because that's when you get your first loss and you're like, oh no, let me quickly reverse that because I want to go back to my max win. It's just the same. It's the same mindset. There is no difference, I think. Yeah, it's just as maybe even more dangerous because you got margin, right, to work with. Yeah, you think you have margin to work with, and then you give everything back, and then you tilt. Yeah. Oh, I mean, listen, you guys can come with examples of how bad you've made it, and I'll tell you that most likely I did the same, or maybe even worse. And the thing is, I can still do it if I don't follow my rules. It's all there. It never really leaves you. You just have to never get to the point anymore. And sometimes it's okay to paper trade and just go on tilt with paper trading. And then you will still feel sick about it. Let me see if I can open the curtains again, guys. Hold on, I want some light inside. How long have you already been trading? Well, I've been in the game for 6.5 years now, 3.5 years ICT. But I got profitable using ICT concepts and building on top of his concepts with more time-based knowledge. But it didn't change. It doesn't change the aspect of what we just discussed, right? You can get so many models, and you can get so many. If you don't follow those rules, you can still have all A plus setups, but you can give it back every day if you are not, if you don't, if you still keep on gambling and stuff like that. So it's a package deal, and I don't believe that psychology is 80%. Okay, let's see, guys. 2:48, so coming close to our like I'm inclined to think bullish. Yeah, only other traders will understand, correct. Yeah, they don't understand what we're going through. No one will understand. It's hard if you say, "Yeah, I make so much money," and but why do you go back in? Yeah, why? Yeah, I just made $1,000 per day, but I lost it again because I thought. But why did you just stop? Yeah, why didn't I just stop? Correct. Good question. Yeah, because we sound like horrible greedy people when we say that, and because we are, we become greedy, crazy greedy people. 27 votes, if then statement, 78%. I love to hear that. Well, okay, 22% no. I used to trade options. Yes, I did actually. Um, okay, I'm going to do a new poll, guys. Are we going to make new all-time highs? Okay, we'll get back to the A plus. I think it's always good to address the A plus setups and just so for anyone who doesn't have A plus setups or is still working on them, start building your if then statements to define to improve your. If you have a big loss because you think your A plus setup presented itself as either you over leverage or you did not have any risk management attached to it, but also that means you need more rules around them. You don't risk more than a specific amount of a percentage, right? And stick to that always, 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 always. Do not deviate for. If you have problems over leveraging, stick to per trade to a maximum amount of risk that you take, and just stick to that for at least, I would say, maybe even 6 months to really train yourself, and it forces you to be patient as well. Start a poll. All-time highs. That's it. That's the poll now. All-time highs, yes or no? Okay, I'm still not engaging. I'm just gonna wait. Let me see if I can. Let me see. Let me see. Pam pam pam. Mhm. 3600. I think we might have a spike up to 3600 again. Yeah, I think we could go up a little bit higher, just get a little bit of a wick here. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. Let me see. Para. I wouldn't. I think we're going to spike up, take a little bit of go higher, but I wouldn't trust the move to the upside a lot, to be honest. Let's just wait. You see, we are in a macro and it didn't do. It's not doing much. We do have a little bit of a bullish fair value gap here. Let me go to the 1 minute. 600. I like 600. I think we're gonna go a little bit, just sweep it. Yeah, I'm just gonna take a paper trade, just a very small trade, guys. I just want to get into the. I'm gonna trade the London Open, and it's a very small trade. Don't follow me. I think it's just a manipulation move of the Open. Spike up and then. Oh! Uh-oh. My trade should be here. Obviously, it's a 1-to-1. Can I make it work? I just don't know how much higher we can go. Just don't think we have much in the tank. You're here. Okay, let's see in 2 minutes. Here we go. I'm gonna bring up my stop loss to this. I don't want to be. If it takes this low, then I don't believe in it anymore anyway. What time is it? 3 past, 1 past 3. No, I'm not moving my stop loss because it's not, there's no displacement. I understand your question. So why did I move my stop loss? It created this wick, so I moved my stop loss a little bit higher because the moment it would go lower than this wick, it would invalidate my trade. So I'm just taking away, it's just a few ticks. So my stop loss was lower here, but because it created this wick, for me, it would already invalidate my trade if it would go lower. Why? Because this wick went to this imbalance here, and I don't think if it would go lower than this here, it would already invalidate the trade. So that's why I moved my stop loss a few. It was just a few ticks, but I moved it from here to here, just because this wick was formed. If it goes lower, I mean, it invalidates the trade anyway. If this wick stays respected, I believe we can go a little bit higher. It's a very small trade, guys. I never take trades of so little points on my accounts, you know that. But I just want to see if I understand, if I understand this structure. It's for me to see if it's bullish structure, if I'm correct of my analysis that it's bullish and not bearish, of what I see prices doing. So that's for me important. Just okay, not the amount of points, but it's just 20 points. Um, Yeah, I normally have an ATM on my when I get in on my accounts, but I trail my stop when I have my larger trail. I obviously trail them at some point, but that's something also with my larger trades I had to work on because I used to get in and trail too fast. So then any retracement was already taken out by, and so my 8R trade or 6R trade became a 2R trade. So being okay, being stopped out is also something you have to grow into. That's also something I do with my paper trading and on also sometimes on Eva. Just be okay with being stopped out because it's a good thing, a stop out. You have to train yourself that it's a good thing. It's really hard because I was so bad, guys. I used to not place a stop loss at all when I started because I didn't want to have a losing trade. Maybe some of you recognize it. But I also would move my stop loss. It would come back down. For example, now I would move it down with it because I was afraid of being stopped out. It was that bad. So I'm just curious to see if we're going to still not, if we're going to reject here. It could be that they reject here again, or that we're going to go higher now. There we go. See, ES, you see what happened, guys? So ES took out Asia high and we did not. So this is the SMT. Maybe, let's see. I'm not taking out my trade because if I'm stopped out, I'm stopped out. But you see what happened? That was the retracement. But let's see if NQ follows because we're still on a macro. It's still running. It's very wiki. It's very it's not. I mean, I wouldn't trade this. But we've got SMT here. Let's see if it holds or not. See, we didn't really form any fair value gaps. We didn't really form anything. We're still in a range. Still looks bullish to me though a little bit. Hey MG Maleki, how are you? Being obsessed with risk management, but I stopped using hard stops and my win rate. I have mental stops, but they fall. Um, yeah, the whole mental thing, that's actually really bad. I mean, I had them as well. But I think that's yeah. Hey, if it works for you, it works. But for me, they didn't really work because uh, Lance, the thing is that you actually don't have your mental. You don't have any. You're not risk averse at the moment because you are, like you said, you're over trading. So the mental stops is just an excuse at the moment. And I know it because I did the same thing. If you're able to Risk management means having a stop loss. It's just the two go together. They just do, unfortunately. I think you better go back to long-term trading is always successful because the S&P always goes up over a long period of time. So MD, you took profit. Well done. I took a trade and lost profit. Yeah, yeah. I'm. If I would be in a trade, obviously, if I would be, I would get out at some point if the macro is done. But I'm just always journaling. I want to see what time, how's price behaving, and make it visual. So for me, it's more important. Like, okay, we took this out at exactly 3 o'clock, right? Was it exactly 3 o'clock at ES? Because then I might have to get out anyway. What time was it? 5 past. I took a long because I was anticipating London to take out a little bit, just sweep like what ES did. I actually hoped NQ would do. So that was the so I bet on the wrong horse most likely, but we'll see. Maybe if NQ will catch up. So this was exactly the move. ES did it, swept above Asia high, but I think that's the SMT that we have that we need. So I think we're going lower now. But I thought NQ would be the strong one. But ES seems to be the stronger one at the moment. So let's see. Sometimes you bet on the wrong horse. There we go. What time? 13. Okay, stopped out. Okay, so ES did the sweep and NQ did not. And I was anticipating NQ to do it and ES not. So that was a trade. But I still don't trust it, to be honest. You guys want to go short, but I don't see the short yet. I need to get, I heard avocado falling. Let me quickly go downstairs, get my drink. I'll be right back, guys. I need to catch the avo. I'll be right back. Okay, it's quarter past. Let's see. Um, so yeah, Mr. Chaos, they dropped at the neighbors. I need like I can still grab them, but it's a hard work. I need to have a broom and a long stick and sort of like it's a bushy area. The neighbors don't even go there because it's like overgrown. But yeah, I've got some juicy, nice avos at the neighbors now. So look, if I'm looking at this scenario, I still see some bullish order blocks being retested. So I'm not engaging in any shorts from here. I'm just wondering if the SMT will hold. Let's see. What time is it? 3:17. No getting around a stop loss. Yes, you always need a stop loss is a good thing. It helps you get less stop losses. Okay, let's see if we can make it to midnight. Yes, we tagged midnight. Yay. ES looks so bullish to me. Um, ES what? Why is ES not moving away from this area? ES didn't take midnight. Um, one 24. 114. Okay, I think it's done. Okay, let's see. I think it was. Okie dokie. It's only 50 points. Pum 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 pum. Let's see. I think it will stop here. I wonder if ES will even go to midnight. Let's see if it's gonna go continue. We're breaking this here. I think I might trade ES later on because ES still hasn't gone on to midnight. But I want to see how NQ is going to react in this area here. If we start rejecting, go back up or not. Why is ES so slow? Okay, think. What do you want to trade? Nice short. Anyone take the short? You got your first payout. Well done. Okay, but I read. Okay, don't trader slots. Do not use caps lock, please. And don't get greedy with your copy trade. Just focus on one account. Okay, make one account work. Have multiple payouts on one account, then slowly build into other accounts because it's a putting on more accounts is also it's a change in psychology. So make it work, be profitable, multiple accounts, slowly build into it. Just make one account work and then build into it, okay? Don't get greedy. Don't get greedy. Do you think NQ will bounce to maybe 30,000 today? I have no idea. Let's just see if this is the manipulation. S&T is holding with ES. I mean, we have some retracements to do for sure. But what I'm looking at, guys, is all these imbalances that are being left behind. So I'm not interested in taking. I mean, I'm late for the short anyway. But for those who did not get the short, there is really no FOMO because it's creating. Look how it's beautifully creating a nice fair value gap. That is creating that's setting up the stage for most likely even a larger trade, if it's going to continue. But we'll see. But congratulations for the shorts, guys, who took the short. And even better if you got your payout. Do not just if you have your payout, do not go back in to get more. Right? Just be happy. Okay, let's focus, guys. Um, I just wondering. I'm just not convinced yet of the continuation yet. Let's see. Just want to see if we get a body here or not. I really need to see. Oh, there we go. I want to say I really want to see failure of bullish PD arrays, but it became very spiky. Let's see. So my if then statements are really like I want to see failure of bullish PD arrays before I really get into if I want to see a continuation of a short, I would like to see a retest of something. Let the first run go, get a proper retest, and then I position myself. So we have SMT, which is holding, which is nice. SMT also now we also and ES touched midnight, so both are now in sync. So let's see if we can get continuation. 3:30. We retested at 10 o'clock yesterday, 4 hour candle. And we've got a higher time frame order block there, bullish. We've got a higher time frame bullish order block on NQ. We just tapped into that. I wonder if we're going to reverse from here back up again. We've got a change in state delivery. Okay. 331. So for those who, hey, Zar Trader, um, exactly, Yomo. No, no, no FOMO, guys. Listen, it's just the first move. It displaced away from that area. That's perfect. So we have more intel. Now, for me, the hunting starts. We're gonna. Now, the only thing that I don't, I'm just wondering if we're gonna, if this bullish order block is going to hold or not. Um, and the question is, are we going to get continuation or is it going to chop? Are we going to continue to the downside to Asia low, or are we going to chop around? Um, See, the 4 hour did not take out this high. It rejected here. Um, I I don't like it at 4 hour continuation if I don't take out this high. Now we have SMT, yes, we have SMT, but I don't think NQ is the weak sister. We are at midnight here. We left a lot of things here. Um, I'm actually wondering if this is the 4 hour wick to the upside. Yes, I know knowledge nuggets. I know we have SMT, but I, I think we are. This is the 4 hour wick to the downside, and then we could continue up. Um, so technically, we're still in this range. We did not leave the range technically. So we are still within this ES range, right? I would have loved if it would be outside the range at 330 already, but it's not yet. We literally tagged 330 LON ES. So um, we went into a fair value gap on the 1 hour and on the 4 hour into a bullish order block. The question is, do we want to go lower or not? We don't have a breaker. We have a break of structure here. What is ES respecting? You're respecting this order block. We went back to the Friday's 10 o'clock 4 hour candle. A lot of the times when I see that happen, it's sort of like when we are retesting that higher time frame order block. So I'm wondering if we're going to continue or not. I'm just still not sure about NQ. But if we don't have continuation, it's highly likely that we're going to go into a little bit of consolidation before we continue to the move further down. Before we go back up, if we go back up. 0.27 is lower, 3,500. 34.92, where are we now? It's 426, only 30 points lower. That's not a lot. Okay, let's see. If you still have runners, if it starts running lower, I could see go to 500, 491-ish. Yeah, I'm not gonna, I mean, it's such a small trade. I'm not interested in that anymore. But let's see. Let's wait for I'm gonna wait for the next macro. If it would retrace higher, and then maybe I might be interested. But I'm not interested if it goes from here to 500 or 491-ish. So I want to see how it behaves there. So that will be this level here. I'm over here getting whooped. What do you mean, Team Massive? What are you doing? Well done, Tia. No FOMO, guys. If you missed a move, you missed a move. We always have someone to congratulate. There are a couple of us that got the move right. No worries, guys. I have zero FOMO. I really have zero FOMO at the moment. For me, it's like, okay, well, it's moving, nice. I'm happy to see that it's moving. It's Monday. We've got news, by the way. I really have zero FOMO at the moment. 10 o'clock, we have manufacturing PMI. If the market is moving and it's giving nice move, it's just, we go out of consolidation and it's giving. So for me, I don't like what it's printing here, and there's not much we can do. But now I'm hoping it might create some larger candles that we can work off. This gives us a bit more intel. And it's Monday. We're still I'm still warming up. Okay, let's see. 495, 487, 490. Okay, let's see if we reject here. I like the rejection here. I think I might take a long from here. I like this level. Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna take a paper trade long from here. I'm gonna turtle soup this one here. I know we're above Asia high, low, but 432. I'm gonna trade this just a little bit higher. I think we're going to. We might inverse this. Let's see. What time is it? 3:42. No, not even. You're not going to go up a little bit to give us a nice retracement here. Are you kidding me, NQ? Are you doing this to me now? I better hope not, because then we are going to be fighting. We're going to have a bad relationship today if you do not do that. Just want a small retracement. Come on. Don't piss me off. Ba 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 ba. Here we go. Come on, a little bit more. You can do it. What time is it? 3:44. Let's see if it wants to go a little bit higher before the next macro and continue it lower. What time? 3:44. It's pretty weak. You see, it doesn't really bounce that much, right? It's very weak. Let's see. Okay, bearish. Yeah, continuation confirmed. And Q loves being in a toxic relationship. Yes, it's toxic today. Well, actually, it's not. It's just it's actually showing its hand pretty nicely, isn't it? But yeah, I just wanted to see a nice reaction here, and it's probably going to give it now, maybe. Okay, let's wait. I think this is a nice level of giving some retracement. But if it's really weak, hey, listen, guys, we've been bullish so long. At some point, I guess we might have some really, really nice bearish days coming. But this is let's see. I mean, Look, I don't see the market really reversing in a structure like this. This is not a structure that this is the same structure that last time I said I don't feel comfortable shorting it because of this structure here. Um, I still want to get into that long, but this is bearish now. I'm going to go for Asia low. Um, I just think it's not going to run now to the down. We've got Asia low here, but when are you going to take it? Let's see. '27. Order block. Yeah, let's wait until NQ gives that little bit of retracement. I do think either it's accumulating here or it will give a retracement on this level before hitting that Asia low. So let's see if we can find an entry. Maybe after 10 past, maybe in the macro or after the macro. Sometimes after 10 past 4 it will give a good entry. I hope it goes up a little bit. Let's see, this is a nice level to go to retrace or accumulate. S&P is forming a fair value gap here, most likely. So it might go a little bit higher, form that fair value gap to the upside, and then go lower. Should I get that in for the long? No, I'm just gonna wait for the short, I think. See, I should have stayed in, but 350. It's a beautiful level to stall. Well, the thing is, if we do go lower, if we're going to disrespect all these bullish order blocks here, then it's really, really, really bearish. But let's see after it hits Asia low what it wants to do. Remember the monthly open. Let's get back to the monthly. I want to show you guys something, and I think it's going to that 20% of the monthly. Let's see where the level was. I took it off. I should not have done that because I was like, we did not do anything on the monthly. Remember the monthly TGIF? Um, the monthly. I think we're close to it now. Or not? Oh no, not at all. 29,921. 29. Same 29,900. So we're forming bullish structure again here. Yeah, no, I definitely think I don't think we're going to get a fast move. It's already 355. We're not going lower than this level. Let's see after 4 o'clock. I just don't know if this was the Judas, the London Judas. And we're holding bullishness. I'm just not too sure. I hate these large order blocks. No, you don't. Don't say that. It just makes the level, the area of the playing space so large for it until it's for me for an invalidation. It's a large area. If we cannot go over this area of let's say redistribution, obviously I think it's still bearish, right? The moment we get over here, over this area, it becomes a little bit more bullish again. But then you have just to be careful. You want to stay below this area to stay bearish. Stuck into this one here. You see, it's building the same structure again here, like it did on top on the higher time frame on the S. This order block here. This looks like a propulsion to me. Let's see if it respects the body. Yeah, bullish. Okay, I'm getting in a paper trade. I'm only paper trading now, guys. Stop here. TP2. I'm thinking we're gonna go take here. I think we're not done yet to the down. And then later I'll take a short. But I think we're going higher first. I'll trill my stop. Like I said, this level is a level that should give some either retracement or a... But I do think we might go back into the range before going lower. Let's see. I'm someone who normally trades with the direction, but I'm also not sure about if we're really bearish yet. Long term, let's see. I should use maybe 2 or 3 minute order blocks, to be honest. Still holding. Yeah, okay, stop that. It's a short now, 4 o'clock. Order block, order block, order block. Looks bullish to me now, this structure. This is bullish. Yeah, it's for me it's bullish still, but let's wait. If we manage to get a little bit higher, I'll re-engage for a short if it tells me to, but I'm not going to take a short from here because the range is so small for me to take. But if it makes a retracement to the upside, which I think it might do, then I might be interested in a short from here, but I'll reassess again if it's really going to go back lower. Because we're sort of like in a higher time frame order block and exactly in the midpoint. This is exactly the midpoint of a higher time frame order block. It's the mean threshold and it's also an algorithmic level. So I think it's going to go higher. I got stopped out because I was framing on the 1 minute. So you can see my executions are shit right now. So I'm not doing anything on my live account or any evaluations even. to a higher time frame order block. Forming 3-minute order block. Are you forming 5-minute order blocks? No, not on the 5-minute. There's a nice little gap here, volume imbalance. There we go. It's a 5-minute and a 3-minute. We have one here, right above it, but I'll take the 5-minute. Yeah, if you would say the finalization of the market maker model will be here, right? Like original consolidation. So that's right over here. 470. Five past 4. Nice move. Anyone in this move? If I know Raja Banks, I've heard of him or her. I don't know. I'm not really, but I've heard the name, but I don't know about. Do you remember first finding feet and starting to try day trading? Yes, I remember. I still remember. I still remember every day. I remember where I was, where I am, and where I'm going. I guess it's always a journey. But yeah. Okay, Asia low. I think Asia low is being tagged anytime soon. Let's see. Yeah, I think we're on our way to the daily weekly open, but it might take a while. Let's see. Daily weekly open. It's right over here. 4:15. Okay, now let's see. Let's start hunting. $4.02. Oh, this level is a nice level here. Oof. I'm short since an hour ago. Well done. What's your TP, MG? Where are you holding? What's your what is your where are you holding it to? Are you holding it all the way to the daily weekly open? I think we're gonna go there today. It might not be in one straight line, but I do think the daily open is in play. I think that will be the range. I'm in a 580. Why are you in a long right now? Theo, you see, I'm missing a move like this. It happens sometimes. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Sometimes you miss some move and then you just keep watching, and if it just runs and you don't find a good entry that matches your setup, you just let it go. That will be the next one. Don't feel any FOMO. It is just setting, and the larger the move gets, the better it will be for a future trade. But don't feel bad about missing a trade, because there's going to be trades all day long. And if you miss one because you didn't have the best setup was at the top when we had the SMT, but I didn't feel comfortable, and that's okay. And I'm just waiting for my if then statements that work out well. And I miss a move, and it's an awesome move. It's a large move. It's a beautiful move. I'm going to journal it, and I'm going to go over like, okay, where would I gotten in? What did I miss? What you know, because like if you have a very strict set rules, it can be a double-edged sword, right? Because sometimes you have to miss moves because of them. But you keep on journaling, you keep on going back. Okay, but what, just and the next time you might get it. Well, Theo, you missed this one, but you might catch the if you have the first move of the day, we come out of accumulation. What happens? Accumulation, manipulation, distribution. The only thing is that at some point you need to identify, okay, where are we what's the market doing? Is New York going to be a continuation of London, or is it going to be a reversal? We know at some point you will see this very clearly, and the more you stay in the market, you will see this. So it's the first move of the day. Yes, you have accumulation, we have a first move. It's the first move, it's the first displacement away from it. It's the first PDRAs, the first value gaps that are being created. That's the way how you should see it. It's just giving you more range to work with in the future, right? And it just gives you more data. So you should not be worried for missing the trade. The only thing that you should be doing is journal them and go over it. Okay, where could I have entered? What is the model that I've been studying? What is the model that I use? Why did I not feel comfortable getting in? What did I miss? You journal that. So next time you might find the trade, then it might suit your if then statements and the model that you're trading. And sometimes you're just slow. Sometimes you're just like, hey, it's just Monday, and my brain's not working yet, and I was missing, I'm watching. And for me, it's like, okay, I'm missing it, but I see it's a good move, and yeah, I'm a little bit, I'm like, okay, it would have been nice to be in it, but it's okay to miss it. But I know that these moves most likely will give a much clearer move a little bit later on, because we're just starting. It's Monday. We are in London still, and the week is just starting. We've got news at 10 o'clock. No, it does not. No Neptune. Well, be careful what you're. It could be AMD, yes, but maybe not. It depends on how. I'm still waiting. I just want to see if we are really, if it's AMD. But because we are creating equal highs at the top of NQ, and ES only swept the high, there was no body closure, I could still see it as AMD. So that means we're just having the manipulation move to the downside, and then we get distribution up to the upside line. But if we start disrespecting that higher time frame PT array, then I might have to switch bearish. But for me, it's like it's such a large area, that higher time frame bullish order block, that I really want to see how low are we going. We could still retest that whole order block and still go to the daily weekly open. But that's a large manipulation move then technically, but it's possible. But maybe sometimes you have the manipulation move within the accumulation range, and it also depends on what time frame you're looking at. So I'm still, for me, it's still like I don't I'm not 100% sure if it's the manipulation yet. But like I said before, I can't see I'm a distribution trader, but for me it's hard to, let me show you guys, when I say it's hard for me to trade a 4-hour distribution candle to the downside when I have this one here. That's really hard for me to trade the full distribution. I don't think that I'm going to get a 4-hour distribution candle to the downside now in one leg to the downside. So, and that's what I used to, so my preference is always getting in here between the open and the high, and then distribute to the downside. But yeah, I mean, look here, I mean, it could easily go back lower, but is it going to do it in one 4-hour candle? Could be. Or are we going to have two? I'm already looking at ES, for example. Look how we are behaving here. So ES went into a wick here, and it's sort of like accumulating orders. Now, it could easily go back lower again, but it's creating equal highs here. We did go into a fair value. Did it go into a fair value gap? So look what ES is showing us here. Oh, we took Asia low. Yeah, I guess ES will do as well. ES will follow. I mean, it's a bloody nice 4-hour. I'm too locked into my biases that were bullish and that all shorts are just retracement. So I didn't think short. Well, hey Theo, you're just being careful. That's good. Don't worry about it. Um, this whole area still looks bullish to me. In all fairness, it is not a bearish area for me. It's just forming. This is 4-hour. This is still for me bullish structure. Now it doesn't mean that you can get on a 4-hour. Your short retracements are going to be massive, but I'm technically also still bullish higher time frame. Yes, and I'm missing the short as well. And I don't have any FOMO because I don't want to get in at any spot that I can be. Here it could have easily stalled here. It could have easily stalled because we're used to that, right? We also have to we've had so much manipulation in London. We had so much consolidation in London. I'm still sort of traumatized by it, not expecting large moves as well in London because of how things have been going. And I adapted my set of rules towards that. So now I'm also missing a few, but that's okay. Okay, Asia low has been hit. Um, you know, and you're gonna miss moves all the time, and that's really okay. Don't just focus on, okay, you know what data does it just gives you more data to work with. And also, I'm a little bit so for me, it's like I had a winning streak for 11 days. I had like massive, I think 11 days in a row that I varied between 80 and 160 point trades. I gave a little bit back on a few days, but I still was 150 point days. So I'm also like, I have to be careful now. So I'm also scaling back a little bit because because of the winning streak, you get like confident and you start over leveraging. And I'm trying not to do that. So I'm like, okay, 11 days in a row now. I have massive green days. So I have to be more careful. So I'm also more careful with my setups to get in. Now, it doesn't mean I'm not going to trade, but I'm sort of like a little bit, okay, let me wait because I don't want to make a wrong decision. My paper trades were wrong. It's more bearish than I anticipated it to be. So I know, okay, be careful with your evals, with your funded, with your live, because I'm off. You are too bullish. And the market is telling you, no, 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 it's not, I'm not bullish at all right now. I'm bearish now. So you're wrong. And I'm also stuck to that little bit of bullishness still. Yeah, but it's not. I don't. I just see it as a retest of a higher time frame order block. Still, for me, it's still bullish. For me, it is still. I am still not bearish in the sense of I'm bearish. It's just it's because of the range is so large. I think it's still testing a bullish order block at the moment, but it's a higher time frame order block. So I'm technically still bullish. So I'm still not. I'm still like not worried about. And if it's bearish, it's bearish. We turn bearish. But for me, like I said, the invalidation, because it's such a large range, will take a little bit more time for me to think. Okay, yeah, it's really bearish now, and because it's such a large area, because it's a 4 hour, it's really a higher time frame order block that I'm looking at. We are already below the midpoint, but because it's higher time frame, it could spike up and still give only a body. So I'm still watching that. And that takes time. Again, it's about time, submitting to time. And sometimes it's just waiting, and other people are banking on it. And I'm happy to hear that other people are on that trade. But I am just looking for a little bit different thing. Well, we are way below that midpoint, by the way. But yeah, I mean, oh, actually not. Hold on. But yeah, no, I think we're definitely going to the daily weekly open, which is still above the whole, above the midpoint of the whole order block. So let me show you something. Let me show you. I totally understand the foam because I've always had it, and it's such a nice feeling not to have it. I wish I could transfer it to everyone. That it's so relief. Now, obviously, I will get. Obviously, I want to get in a trade at some point. Midpoint is here. Daily open, weekly open is here, so it's still good to go. We are still good to go. And once the problem with these moves is once it starts going, you don't want to just market order in. You want to find a good entry, and sometimes it's hard because it just keeps on going, and the entry is hard to find. But then you just have to accept it. Just accept. Okay, there's no good entry, and if I always get punished if I do it. It just spikes back up or things like that. So, and I get it's JOMO, guys. It's just really being comfortable missing a move, and being okay with it. You really want to get comfortable with it and just be okay with missing moves. And Theo, so would you start doing? I thought shorts would be less of a retracement. Um, it just depends. What is the market with? What does the market want to do? What is the market looking for? Is it what is it retesting? What is it? Um, we're definitely we're definitely here in a larger. We have a very large candle here, and yeah. Look, and when you start out, you won't be able to catch the whole moves. You just want a piece of the pie, right? So let's get over. Let's see. Um, there's nothing in this area that I could that follows my rules. There is like, okay, I we have a break of structure here. Then we have a we drop, we leave a fair value gap. There's no retest of this area here. Then we go lower, and now here at 330 there I could have had an entry, but this would have been for me just, I don't know. It could still be retesting it in this area. We could still be retesting this order block, and we had a very, for me this was too much risk because it could easily have gone up in my opinion, because we were still in that higher time frame consolidation area. So, but at 330 here, on the 1 minute, there will be more things. That's where I should focus. Like, okay, that was no excuse here, right? It was telling you we're not going higher. It's not even going into a fair value gap here, and then it dropped. But not this structure is very, it leaves in a lot of gaps as well. It's for me also like, I think we're going to revisit this area. Look what it's leaving behind. Four 15 is the so 406. Are we going to 406 already in London? That's crazy actually, to be honest. That's such a large move. Who else missed the move and is okay with it? Or who feels FOMO? All-time highs 51%. Yeah, yeah. So all-time highs, I guess, and ES did it, but just a week, which caused the SMT. Yeah, and it was exactly it. So, Theo, for example, to go over what I'm thinking, for example, I'm looking at the 4 hour here, and I'm really looking forward to 6 o'clock to see where this 4 hour will stop. That will give me a lot of information for the remaining for the coming session, right? So it's 4:29. Oh, obviously I haven't taken any trades, and I'm also not in. If it goes down already to weekly open, I'm like, oh, that's really quite a bit of movement. That I actually expect it to happen in New York as a retracement or as a manipulation move, but that's already. And then let's see if it goes even lower than that, then it gets really interesting. But for me, it's almost in 1.5 hour, this 4 hour candle will stop, and that will give you a lot of information. So and that will help you with your next trade to either continuation to the downside, or are we going to reverse? Maybe even at 5 o'clock, we could start reversing already. We'll see. But yeah, I mean, movement is movement. We embrace all movement. It doesn't matter if it's, and if we miss it, we'll be next one. Yeah, me too, Pratish. I saw the, I was trying to trade that long just as a short, like, let's see if we get that SMT. I've been looking for that SMT for weeks, and remember, every day it did not give that SMT. I said, okay, we got the, one was in a wick and one took the high, and every time one caught up with the other. And you know how the market has been behaving lately, you sort of like don't trust it. And so me too. I saw the SMT. I pointed it out, but I wasn't able to anticipate on it because I saw so many bullish PD arrays there. I'm like, "Ah, is it really going to, to inverse them?" And maybe not. We'll see. Yeah, I'm not afraid to short all time highs, but it's more like I didn't trust the. I didn't think that NQ would be the weak sister. Simple as that. But Ayo, it doesn't mean SMT doesn't always mean it always drops. Sometimes they catch up with each other. It doesn't mean it's always if there's SMT, because we had many times last week that there was SMT and it didn't hold. So it's not like it always will hold. It doesn't mean always it will be a short because there's SMT. And there are a lot of bullish order blocks still below us. It's the same like when people say, "Oh, we just took Asia high. We're going to go to Asia low now." It's not always. There's if then statements, guys. It's always if then. Now this time the SMT hold. Yeah, this time there was a beautiful short. That was initiated by that SMT, definitely. Or statements like, "Oh, oil is going down, so I'm going to go up on my," there's always more things. You use it as an extra confluence. It's an extra leverage, extra on top of what you're already using, right? But we had many S&Ts last week and it didn't hold. So, so ES hasn't reached Asia lows yet. Is any one of you trading S&T? S&T. Is any one of you trading the S&P, the ES, instead of the NQ? Oh, I was saying S and ES. See, now we have SMT on the downside. Now, this is that wick construction that I tried to. Oh, you're short on both. Look at MG going. You're banking all of them. Um, yeah. So here, this is the construction that I was looking for last week. One is in the wick and one took out a low, right? Now, I wouldn't be surprised if we get the that move to the upside now. Let's call it a retracement because I do think there's more downside, definitely. Um, oh shit. Now I'm interested in that. What time is it? 4:35. It hit 33%, 25% here. Okay, let's see if we stay below Asia. Um, well, NQ took Asia, so most likely ES will follow. We're already below one third of the wick, so it looks bearish now, very bearish. So, how many points is it to the Asia low? 76. Only 4 points left. Okay, I'm not interested in that. What did I mark here? Which area is this? Can't remember. Oh, full hour. I trade SPX, long on SPX. Yeah, that makes sense, right? Um, Oi, oi, oi. Where's my phone charger? Hold on. I need to do this quickly. Oh, hello. Oh, there are more people trading the SPX. Oh, MD also, structure also trading the SPX. Any more people trading the SPX? Who was afraid to short it? Like me and Pratish. Hey, Pratish, maybe we should drink more tequila in the morning. Then we probably wouldn't be afraid to short it. Okay, let's see now. Let's see, let's see. What time is it? 4:39. I was scared to short. Yeah, I also didn't trust it, so. And there we go. How many points total? I wouldn't have gone in then since here. 127. Okay, so let's see. 132 points. 132 points that I should have missed. But guys, I'm very confident to say that I will probably have a trade probably today, which will be around the same amount of points. I'm totally not worried about it. The bullish structure here, breaker, retest, 437. I think this long will work. 440. I think we're going up for a while before going lower. We have a nice level here, but for now I think we have some bullish structure, which will most likely will. For now, I do see continuation to the downside though. If you're in, I think you can hold, but if you're in at the top, it's a good hold. But if you get in now, you might be stopped out, right? So we can go back into this fair value gap here. Or maybe reject somewhere here between 2.5. I can see that. I can see the long. So on ES, for example, what you will see is that we created a nice wick. So most likely we will go into the wick. I think NQ will have the same structure. Let's see if that matches. Oh, NQ looks a little bit different. Yeah. I check the 4 hour candle always. Always. Yeah, I mean, I try to trade the 4 hour distribution, which today I failed to do. I was anticipating NQ to take the high and in ES not. So that was mistake number one. I prefer to be on the in the candle, so technically I should have traded the 4 hour ES candle. I prefer the four. The best scenario is that scenario if it takes out the high, and then distribute. Then I could have traded it all the way up to here. I mean, ES would have been the better trade for me because also I don't like it to. I like if this I can see this as being that it could just go up to here and then so this could have been my trade on ES and Q I just would have traded up to here most likely. So just to the open. See, it's just 60 points. Doesn't really interest me that much. It sounds horrible to say, but I would rather frame a larger trade. And this trade would be 10 times 50. So, yeah. Okay, let's see, guys. I like the bullish structure for now. I think it's bullish for the time being, but I don't think it's not bullish at all. But yeah, no, I check the 4 hour continuity. Technically, I'm a distribution, and I try to trade the 4 hour distribution, but still working on it. Okay, so the 1 hour, what did we do? Yeah, like I said, we are now. This is a bullish structure. Um, who watched tennis, by the way? Grand Slam, Roland Garros. Anyone in the interested in the Grand Slam tennis? Okay, let's see if we start going up a little bit. Um, yeah. I like this long. But I'd rather position myself for the remaining for the short to the downside instead of just trying too long because I've been not being very successful with that. Um, I would. I think it's going to be a good long, but I think it's just a retracement for continuation to the downside again. But yeah, so if you're a long, I think it's going to be a nice trade as well. A breaker. This was the retest again here, and I think we're going to go higher a little bit, but I would be a little bit. I would look at the 15-minute fair value gap here and see if it maybe into this wick, but yeah. If it does go higher, we might invert back to the upside. I mean, then it's just like Was there any news this, there was no news, right? Ooh, I'm getting hungry. So, what did I want to say now? I lose my train of thought. Oh yeah, I want to point out ES here. Like ES did not take out Asia, but look at the zero point 0.5 of that wick. It's not, the bodies are not going below the 0.5 of the wick yet. So let's watch. See, let's see, we are inverting this or not. ES is more, I think ES is a little bit more of a important, easier to watch. I think ES will give us more clarity than MNQ. Let's see if ES gets over this candle here on the 15, because that will be very indicative that the retracement might go higher. Maybe they'll go back even to. I mean, if ES goes over this candle, it doesn't look bullish, bearish anymore, right? I like this long. It left so many. Look, we've got this imbalance on the 5 minute here. Let me just wait. Okay, we're in a macro right now. Let's see if I can get some clarity, if it's a long or a short. Can I still frame? Hold on. Buy. See, I'm too late. Slow. TP is going to be that imbalance here or here. I still have a 2R trade. I don't think it will make the run to the, I'm still bearish until this level here, 415-ish. But I don't think we'll get there in pre-market, or I think it's going to try to offset those shorts. See, we're already over this 0.5 of NES. I'm just paper trading right now, guys. Just paper trading for now. So break your retest here, no bodies below. Let me try again. We're leaving equal, let's see what ES is doing, right? ES is leaving equal lows here, so that's, it's highly likely that it's not going to go there in this candle. Now it could go back there at 5 o'clock. But let's see if it wants to go a little bit, retest this area, or maybe even here higher. I definitely think we're going to go lower, but I'm just wondering if this is enough for until 5 o'clock. Let's see. See, there's no displacement. It's very slow, very small. So I'm wondering if it's going to stop here and hold again. I'm going to bring it to here, this level, this wick. The only thing I don't like about this is that we don't get a proper retracement to go lower. So I'm just thinking, is it really... Is it going to go lower and straight, one straight line, or we're getting a V-shaped recovery or something? Let's see. Waiting for PB to re-enter if this happens. Yeah, I believe this was the one on the one, but this 1 minute. I can't find on the 2 or the 3 or 4. 2, yes, 3, 5, no. So it's sort of like when there's none on the 3 or the 5, it's sort of like it might be a little bit of a move, but not that much, right? Because there's nothing on the 3 or the 5 yet. Yet. There's nothing forming as well. Here's one, but I don't know how much. I don't know how much this one can give us for a proper move to the upside. We could reverse in this fair value gap straight away. See this inversion here. Now see NQ or ES didn't is it looks very bullish again, right? It already inverted this here. I got long on the run, up and got chopped. I'm a glutton for punishment. I need to wait for New York and stop being terrible. You know exactly what you need to do. You know it. You know it very well. I think I'm going to lower my TP to 62 here. I don't trust it too much. Look at ES, what a run ES already made. Wow. Leaving equal highs, leaving Asia low. Technically, it's almost a triple low here, right? We've got still Asia low intact. Asia low intact. A low, three lows above it now. And it is retracing back to the upside. So definitely, this is going to be an area of interest for us. Pre-market or New York. So you want to leave you want them to leave these things behind because that's perfect for future trades, right? So if you miss that whole move, look what it's leaving behind for the next trade, right? So for those who have missed that large move, there's so many opportunities that this move by itself is creating for us. Small move, but now I don't want to, I don't want to get in the mindset of, oh, I missed a 150 point move, so I have to make up for 150 points. No, I want to trade what I see, what makes sense to me. Okay, let's see. Okay, we are inverting on NQ as well. As you can see here, we have an inversion, right? We had an inversion, but it's already disrespected. Now for the continuation, you want to see it go back and then retest here and go lower. It did not do it, it went straight through it. It's disrespecting a bearish order block. Let's see if it is. Not yet, not yet, not yet. We could go lower from here. I think this is a nice area to go lower again. Okay, wants to continue to the upside. Okay, I think I'm getting out here. I think I might take a short here. I like the time if it respects this. This is a time it could reverse very easily, and this is nice. This might be a very nice continuation to the downside. If this order block is holding, let's see. Well, we've got SMT at the bottom now. So now NQ took a low and ES did not. So now we've got the opposite, right? Exactly. So it's sort of like back to neutral, I guess. Okay, let's see. It's 5+3. But I think ES will catch up with NQ, and to be honest, I mean, But maybe, hey, listen, maybe NQ will take out the high again. Yeah, but we already inverted, Pratish, we already inverted a bearish for value gap here. An inversion that we already created. So we're not respecting the downside at the moment. But then again, it could just be, we just could go back straight down into it again, right? So I don't know. We're above midnight on ES. Let's see. This could be a rejection block. So I like, you know, we still have that short, we still have this level of interest here, which I do think we're going to go to today. Be 0.38. But maybe not. I mean, how many times have we left now? Any end dog? I think we've left a lot of end dogs and a lot of new week. Well, I know one new week opening gap. That was it last week's? Yeah, and that there was one. No, I can't remember, but there were end dogs for sure that we left behind. Maybe we're gonna leave this one again behind. Who knows? I wish I knew. It's, I mean, for me, it's a hard read. In all fairness, I saw that ES took out the high, this it swept it, and NQ did not. And lately, it happened a lot that they would catch up with each other, and they would leave Asia low. Well, we've left Asia low or high many times last 2 weeks. Um, so yeah, with I just I thought we would sweep also NQ just a little bit above. So I would feel more comfortable. Let me put it this way. If I look at the 4 hour, and I know it's SMT, but I I don't trust this 4 hour candle. If it looks like this for a really move to the downside, I don't like it too much. Now it could become a 4 hour mitigation block, but I want a 4 hour breaker, not a 4 hour mitigation block. So I'm still hoping that we're going to sweep at least a high. I mean, if I go back into my journals, I don't have a lot of successful distributions. If there is not, even those are SMT, it is not as successful if I am, if there is like, how can I say that? Um, yeah, I think for some reason I'm more successful on NQ if NQ makes that high and ES did not, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? Hey, hello, my love. But hey, listen, it's still going. So let's see. I still like it. It's 10 past 5. Let's see if we can get continuation. I prefer continuation to the downside, but let's see. I would like to get into a short at some point. I I don't want to miss this if it's going to continue to the downside. I don't want to miss it. Let me put it that way. Um, that's FOMO, right? No, I'm just. Hey, listen, we've been patient. We've been very patient. It's okay. Um, okay, let's look. Let's look. Let's look. What are you doing, my love? Kirsten is asking, is short risky right now? Well, in all fairness, I think we already missed the short, to be honest. But I do think we will get a new possibility to short again. But we might be in a time that it might not do the run. It might be a little bit tricky now, as you can see. We are respecting, we sort of like disrespected a couple of bearish PD rays, but I think now what you want to see in NQ is maybe get into this 1 hour or higher time frame fair value gap, and then maybe continue lower. Or when it starts going higher, we might go for these highs. So it's sort of like, for me, like, I still think we might go lower to that to the weekly open, right, and that end walk. But I also wouldn't be surprised if we take out the highs again on NQ. I mean, it sort of like looks a little bit 50-50 at the moment, right? So I would definitely be a little bit hesitant to jump in straight away. But yeah, I mean, at some point there will be some more clarity. But we are rejecting here, but we might as well also continue a little bit higher. So for me, it's like I don't know, and it's been one of those mornings. But you know, a lot of the times when I have these mornings, I do really, really well in pre-market or in New York. So you see this orange box here, that's an inversion on the 15 minutes. So we are above it. So I would, you see here, we inverted this back. So we inverted to the downside and we inverted it straight back up to the upside. So what does it tell you? That means the market is a little bit indecisive at the moment. It's also around the zero point 0.5 level of a range. So yeah, you just want to be a little bit careful here. Oh, you're already in a, well, if you're in a short already, you positioned yourself much higher. You're good. I think um, you should have a proper risk and reward. You trail your stop, and you should be fine, right? Um, See, we went into this 15. I think the short is still good to go. It looks more bearish than bullish to me. Let's see. Yes, we're back into that. We're below this. What time is it? 5:13. This is an old-fashioned short, right? Yeah, Ham Ahmadi. Don't try to think it that way because it's dangerous, right? I only need that money. Don't push it. Just trade what you see. Trade your model. Trade whatever you. But don't think about those $500 because you might want to push something which isn't there just to pass the account, right? Just don't look at the P&L. I know it's hard, but don't get greedy. Don't get hasty. Don't get impatient because that's where you go wrong. Where we can go wrong, right? We all know it. Yeah. That's the part that's always dangerous. I only need to pass. Listen, I blew accounts with only maybe, I don't know, very little money that I needed to pass. And then I just tried and I think it was only $50. It was very little. It was $50 and then I ended up blowing that. I mean, I think people can relate to that. But just because I thought, oh, it's just 50, let me just, and then the trade wasn't really there, but I thought, you know what, let me just give it a go. Obviously, it didn't work. So, and I know it's hard. I know it's difficult. But you have to be strict. You have to have strict rules. It's the only way you can succeed in the prop firm business. But even if I don't even think only in the prop firm business, also with your own account. The prop firm business actually is a good thing because we learn how to use rules and have yeah, it just makes you rule based, and I think that sets you up properly for your own account as well. You need to have rules. You need to be strict to preserve your capital. I've been trading 6.5 years, 3.5 years ICT. ICT in time, I should say. Okay, let's see, guys. This could be a retest of the breaker, so I wouldn't trust the short too much now. For now, let's see if it wants to go higher. 516. I can read it both ways, so I'm staying out. I can see a long and I can see a short breaker retest, but I can also see we went into a 15-minute fair value gap, bearish, but we also retesting a bullish order block. So also on the 3-minute, yeah. I like the long a little. I'm more inclined for it. Looks. Are we gonna retest the NQ high before we go lower? It wouldn't be too weird, but are we gonna do that? See, I like the long here. It looks too bullish to me now to go short. It's 517. It looks like we're not reverting. How long did it? So after 12 months ICT, I got my first payout, but that wasn't I wasn't profitable yet. Then I had to wait another. I got a little bit arrogant because I thought, oh my God, I'm doing so well. Then I had to wait another couple of months before I really started to get into. I went back to break even. And let's say really 18 months. But then again, it was 18 months on top of 3.5 years of doing other things already. So let's say 4 months, 4 years, not 4 months, 4 years total. Guys, it takes time to become, there's nothing, it takes time to become profitable. It's not easy. And there's always danger of falling back to break even. Always. If you don't keep working on it, if you don't keep journaling, if you don't keep, because markets change, you grow, but also, you can have a set strategies, but you also want to improve the ones that you have, but also build new models and stuff like that. So you have more opportunity maybe to engage in the market. But yeah, and working on your patience is I think it's the biggest thing, because you can have the best models in the world, but if you're impatient and get back in and give back money, you can make so much, but you give most of it back anyway because you go back into that bad habit of over trading, revenge trading. which is by design to make you lose money again. So I call a little long scalp. I don't like the recent price action up over the EMA. Yeah, it's possible, but only if you find those moments that you know have your highest probability and then manage to stay out most of the time. So there's a lot of time that you're waiting, a lot of the time that you actually should be more journaling and waiting than trading itself. But okay, let me get one thing straight, guys. I am not this patient, or I don't have, I can be like this in London because I know we still have a whole day ahead. When I do pre-market prep, or when I'm in looking at in New York, I am much more aggressive on I'm looking for trades. I'm much more aggressive on, because I've got the data, I've got more data to work with. Now I'm sort of like, okay, because it's still early and I'm still okay with, let me show me your hand. What are you doing? How much are you manipulating? Are you, because it's sort of like annoying when you have like, when you go to look at the 15 here, okay, you invert this one, but you invert it right back. That's a signal telling you, okay, maybe not short, but is it really that long? Are we really using this as a trampoline now? So this makes me a little bit like, I don't want to take the short straight away now from here, because we are sort of like playing around in this area, right? So we might go into consolidation a little bit. And I do not want to be stuck in consolidation. So I would rather wait, stay out. Like, and if you get, guys, if you get comfortable doing that, and the most important thing, I'm going to sound like a broken record, is journaling it. You will see how much more, there might be a much better, let's say we get a trade from here, and this level is still my radar. I mean, I might get even a better trade than I would have had in London, right? And I haven't used any of my capital. I have not used any of my, well, obviously streaming and looking at the market, maybe a little bit of your mental capital, but nothing really, nothing that really drains me or makes me, um, I don't like it when I can't read the market perfectly, but I know if I don't, if I'm in that phase right now, I just not sure. I know I have to stay out, at least on my evals or my funded or live accounts. I have to, I cannot, that's a rule. I really, if I have that feeling, it can be so many things. It can be a Monday morning, just not being able to see it yet. Maybe I'm tired still. Maybe my brain is not working. Maybe I need more coffee. I have to be aligned with the market fully to be able to feel comfortable in a trade. And I'm just not at the moment. I don't, I just like, okay. And I'm just more comfortable tape reading it and looking until I see, okay, here it is. And here I can really go in and, sit back and really be relaxed. And it doesn't matter the outcome, even if it takes my stop, I don't care. But it's my setup. Everything lines up. And even my models, it has, some have 60, some have 70, some have 80% win rate. It depends. But it can always be one of those other percentages, right? Always. But I'm comfortable with that because it's part of the trading. It's part of what we do. But everything has to align with everything that I have framed at that time. And some of them I'm pretty confident in them, even though they can fill 20% of the time. And shit happens. Yeah, I trade for a living, but you don't trade full time anymore. I stream maybe longer than I but yeah, I'm a full time trader, as you would say. I think yes, I am. So, what do you feel is a good size hard stop for New York? So, Lance, so I figured out from my back testing and forward testing that my max is 40 points. Max. It doesn't matter if it's micro or, now on a mini, I don't like it, but I can go up to 40 if I want to. But I haven't traded my mini for a while. But 30 is my best, and it doesn't matter which model it is. It's always my sweet spot. And if I go over, I know I have to, either I know I'm too late for an entry, or I know the setup is not really favorable, or it doesn't give me the high probability. But between 30 and 40 is where I max range. I try to be under, but yeah, I should not go over that. That's what but that, for my testing, it always came back to that amount. Always. I'm like, okay, I don't need to test that anymore because I know. I know now. And it's also, it's if I go over 40, my heart goes, I mean, I just feel uncomfortable. I hate it. And it never, most of the time, it doesn't work out because I'm off. I'm already off. My models don't work. And yeah, I always go for more than 2R. I don't take trades under 2R on my evals or whatever. I skip those now. Nowadays I do. Yeah, I just wait for the next one then. So again, having very strict rules is a double-edged sword, guys. It sometimes, you know. But hey, my P&L is more green now ever. Structure. That's actually a really good question. If I get into early, that is actually okay. I have one situation I do deviate from my rules. If I get into early, and if my stop is around 10 points, so if I get into early, so this is the thing when getting into early. That's actually a really really good point I can point. So if I try to, for example, turtle soup something, so that means let's say I want to get in long here, right? And I already see it, and I mean, and my stop is like minimum about 10 points, and I'm too early because I get stopped out, but I still see everything is lining up. I get back in straight away, but only do that if I have a very minimal stop loss. My stop loss has to be under 10 points. I get straight back in. I do not. That's because I am aware that I was just too early, and I still trust the trade setup. And that means my stop loss will never exceed, my second trade will not exceed that 30 points, if that makes sense. So it's either 20 points, so that means 10, 20. So I'm still have that range. But that is a scenario that I get straight back in. Sometimes you're just too early because it makes one more wick down, for example, but you haven't seen that over and over, and you just, it's already in a macro, everything lines up, but it's just one more little manipulation to the downside, for example. I do get back in straight away, yes. But that is really, that is not a normal, that is not a scenario that, oh, I'm just stopped out and it's just not working because, yeah. So I do skill in sometimes and skill out. Trade with Mubarak. I prefer it. My favorite trade is when I manage to catch the power of three when I get into the distribution, the open between the open and the high of a distribution candle, and then manage to drive the distribution down. That's what I aim for most of the time. So that would be, if I would have taken the short, I would have been I should have been able to get in here. Now we still took a high in the 1 hour though, so I'm gonna journal this because next time I'm like, it's sort of like I'm okay missing it, but on the other hand, it's like how could I have, still caught it? But this should have been my entry should have been here. That's my entry model. And then if it's lower, I have to use order blocks or something else. I have to revert to other things to give me an entry. But I need a good entry, and there were not many retests. The moment this starts running, it starts running. You miss out, right? You cannot be in. You don't want to just market order in because you don't want to be caught on the wrong side that it spikes back up. You don't know in advance it's going to run all the way down, right? Okay, we're below this level again here. Okay, now I think we're gonna go, now we're gonna make the run to the downside. Let's see. I have been stacking top TPT, but I'm afraid to activate because I know that they are cooked if I catch a big loss. Lance, I don't understand how you, if you know all these things, you're literally saying the things that you know you have to work on. I just don't understand that you're literally saying that you're already telling yourself that you're going to make a big loss. So why not just trade with one micro and just have 30 points is $60. You risk $60, you have 2 hour trades, and then you will never have a big loss if you just trade with one micro and risk 30 points per, only use setups that you can frame 30 points with, and then try to aim for 2 hour trades. Do you have map models that give you 2 hour? It's just having, it's just, well, it's not, it's just you just do it. It's just, you just go to your account, you type in MNQ and you just trade MNQ. I mean, do you want to be profitable or not? It's simple as that. If you know you are not having a good risk, if you are too much of a gambler, because I think that's the case a little bit, you have to scale back down. You have to work on those issues. You really have to work on them. You're just building more scar tissue. You're now even afraid to open up those pro accounts, right? It's just sad because if you have a model and you just, and if you make money but you're giving it back all the time, you have to stop the process. You have to be more rule based. And to be honest, I don't even think if you would go, even though if you go to micros and you don't change your process, you still have, I think it might not even solve your issue at the moment. You really have to look really, really hard in the mirror and really ask yourself, am I willing to put in the real work to change it? Because I think that's, you need to do that. You just need to change a little bit of, you have to tweak your approach. But once you do that, you know, the change can come. But I don't think the change will come just by switching from micros to minis if you're still risking too much, if you're still not following your rules, if you don't have rules. You said you don't have a stop loss. A mental stop loss is just, you know, a mental stop loss most of the time is fooling yourself because in your mind you'll change it. The stop loss, you need to put it on your screen because it really helps you. And I don't think your journal, you need to journal your trades. That's how you build your models as well. You improve your models. The more rule-based you get, the more mechanical it gets, the easier you can get rid of those emotions or identify them. It's so important. And the fact that you're actually afraid of activating them is sad, is really sad because you're already, you know, you're trading out of fear now. But yeah, I mean, it's easy to say these things, guys. I mean, we all been there. But the only way to make that change is to change something, and it's not just thinking about it. Oh, I'll just change now. I'll just go smaller. No, you still need good risk management. You still need an A+ model. You still need if-then statements. Hey guys, trading is the hardest thing in the world, but it's the once you get it's we're getting a PhD in finance, so it takes time, and you need to abide to some rules. So I think the only way you don't want to go back to micros is because you think there's no money to be made in micros. What if I tell you you can easily make $1,000 a day on micros? Not easily, but it's possible. You have a few, you don't have one, but you have a couple. But then again, if you're not respecting risk with one, you're still going to lose maybe 10 that you put on, right? But yeah, just go back and see how it goes. You know, your loss will be less. And you can see that, oh, I'm still losing because I'm not having rules, or I'm not having, but you have to be honest to yourself. It's a mirror. It's ugly. I mean, I also was like, no. I was in denial for such a long time because I didn't want to accept the fact that I was over trading, because no, I don't have any issues like that. No, I never had any issues, so can't be. But here we are. It was the case. But you have to look in the mirror really, 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 really well and be honest, and then you can work on those issues. And working on those issues mean really making change. Most people don't want to put in the work of the journaling and of the waiting, which is such a big part of the whole process. It's a block, yeah, definitely. Yeah, but Lens, if you're even afraid to open up your accounts, that means something is off. Something is not right. If you're afraid to, you're afraid of yourself, right? And scalping is just maybe a form of overtrading. If you don't have proper rules, scalping can be an easy form of overtrading, because you just get in and out, and obviously you know, you're also subjected to more loss if you don't have a proper structure or something that. Yeah, I also manually journal. Manually, yeah, journaling is so important. But what time is it? Okay, it looks like we're bearish again. We're below that fair value gap. I still think the I have some rules, but I'm struggling this session. Do you hear it, Lance? Um, I'm struggling. I mean, I'm also not in tune with the market this session, but I'm not struggling with my rules. I'm following my rules still, that I missed the trade. I'm not chasing. I'm not so. But yeah, I just keep working on it, and you know, at some point, if you want to keep trading, and you have to some point. At some point, you realize you know what you have to do, and you'll do it. At some point, you'll just do it. You know, you're just so fed up with it. You just want to be. I just want to have consistency. I just want to have. I don't want, you know, these moments anymore. I am going to really make some changes, and at some point, you're the only one who knows what changes you have to make. No one can tell you that, because it's your, you know, it's your journey. It's how you experience the market, what you are battling with. No one can tell you what to do beside yourself. We can just share what we experienced and what we did, what to overcome certain things, but you are the only one who really knows what you are facing and what your weaknesses are and what you need to do to change it. That's up to you. No one else can do it for you. No one else can tell you to do it. Anybody can tell you, but if you're not, many, I've heard the same thing over and over, and I never did it because I thought I didn't have that issue. Until I really look in the mirror, like, okay, I actually do. When I started journaling, I'm like, oh shit. When I really when I really started looking at did I really trade that much today? Oh shit. Did I really do that today? Some things I even forgot that I did on the day, and it was so shameful. So, yeah, 25 points is fine if you have risk management. Yeah, you'll figure it out. As like you said, if you're new, but you don't want to be afraid. I mean, if you say I'm afraid to open up my account, you need to get to what do you need to change to not to be afraid to open up those accounts. I think that's actually a really good question to ask yourself. What do I need to do to trade those accounts and not lose them? Yeah, it magnifies all of, yeah, it's crazy, huh? It is, it really is. And it also shows you it shows you good, but also your ugly. The good, the bad, and the ugly sides. It does. And apparently we have them all. So, okay, guys, so I'm not going to trade anything. I would rather prepare myself for pre-market prep. I need to do some things anyway. I still think we are going to go lower. I still think that daily open and the blue box, the N walk is still in play. It's 541. I'm not interested in playing it I would rather wait and let it now play out. And just look what the market wants to do. Because on the higher time frame, we are still in bullish order blocks. So I would rather see, are we retesting something, or are we also going to fill them? We do have news at 10 o'clock, so that's something to also keep in mind. But yeah, and for those who have missed the trade, it's it's never nice to miss large moves, but hey, listen, it gives you intel, but you journal and you look, okay, where would I have entered? Where was my model if I would have traded it? And maybe you can find a new model by looking at it. This is how I journal this a lot. Although if I miss a trade, I go back in and I just look in where would be my opportunity. And sometimes I see, oh, you know what? There's really no opportunity that I would like. So I did well. So I congratulate myself. Like, you know what? There was only one opportunity at the top. It was risky, but then it might be like a very low stop loss, which I could have taken. But I missed that move because I did see the ES sweeping the high, but I was like, nah, I think NQ will follow. And by that time, it already moved away too much, so I couldn't. If I would have anticipated that and straight back in, I could have turtle souped it a little bit. Because I think that's actually, well, there was an inversion. Someone pointed out an inversion. I have to look into it if I would have trusted it, but yeah, besides that, for me, there was not much to go on because I was still thinking like, are we going to retest some of these areas here? But anyway, enough about it. Yeah, if you're not sure, you don't trade it. Correct. Yes, exactly. We have JOMO, joy of missing out. Well, not all day, only in one session. But anyway, congrats to those who took the short. It was a nice short. Well done. Well done, guys. Yeah, for those in pre-market prep, I'll see you in a bit. And I am really considering on doing some a pre-market session. So a PM session, sorry, New York session, but we'll see. I have some degenerate behavior. I'm almost ready to make serious change. I just get wild of a few losses in a row. It's like trends. Lance, it's what we all suffer from, but you have to trick yourself not to get to that stage. That's why you have to be more rule based. You have to avoid. That's why I'm so strict. That's why I have so many rules. If I'm the same like you, I'm not different than you. If I keep on going and hitting the button, I will get to the same, and I think most people will. So there's nothing really wrong with you. But if you're more, you're already more inclined to get into the behavior, you have to trick your brain not to even get there. So that means you need rules. You have to stay out of it. Like the only way for me to not get into that tilt or whatever is to be more rule based. And again, that's why I tell myself I only take one trade per account per session. And I haven't even touched it on my in London because everything I did was wrong on paper already. So like, ugh, I'm off. I'm off. I'm too late and I'm off. So stay out. Don't use your. Don't do anything now. Just wait. And I will test myself again in pre-market, most likely again with paper because I've been off. So I'm very risk averse in the sense of I really want to be in tune with the market before I risk anything. And then I'm still okay. And if I put in a trade and everything aligns, and I'm okay with that. You won't see me. I won't get upset, not at all. But me already telling I'm not in line, I'm not. I already know. Okay, this is just going to be not my day, not my morning, not my session. But listen, guys, I most likely will. Anonymous Giraffe. I like the name. Are you? I love the name Anonymous Giraffe. I miss my giraffes. I miss hanging out, living between giraffes. Um, well, thank you for your honesty. Do not expose to market too much. Sometimes staying out. Yes, a structure. That's such a good advice. Some people need. We all need to. But because I stream, I cannot stay out of the market, and I don't mind, but I have to be more careful because I am on stream, and so I don't want to overtrade because I'm on stream. And I just want to also, because so many people are struggling with it, I hope this stream also helps you guys not to get FOMO. Because I thought, you know what, it's so easy to get in a trade every time. But also it's harder not to be in a trade. And I think sometimes it's just good to start sessions like this, just not be in a trade, talk about it. But then again, I highly, highly, highly advise everyone. We didn't take a trade, but hell yeah, I'm going to journal this session. Hell yeah, I'm going to see where I could have put trades on. What did I miss? What could I do better? Where could I re-enter if I missed that first move? And if there was nothing, it's fine. But if there was any, I would journal it or find new things that I could work off. So that's how you improve. I appreciate. Yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate you guys. That being said, stay safe. It's Monday. We do have news again. And just, yeah, don't stick too much to the lower time frame only. Also check out the higher time frame before you start the new session and see what the market has done. And again, I still believe, let me just double check one more thing. Oh, did I just close my stream? Yeah, sorry about that. Um, yeah, I mean, 30,400. I mean, we still should go there, I believe. But and then for me, it will be reassessing once we get there. So that means we're partially in that N walk. Previous day EQ is at 3075-ish. Did we take out Asia low on Friday? Let me just double check. I think we did, right? I think we did. No, we did not. We did not take out Asia low on Friday. We never retested midnight as well. Okay, interesting. Okay, we did not take out Asia low on Friday, guys. We did not take out Asia low on Friday. Yeah, we might get a nice drop down and go to a 32.15. Okay, I'm going to do some things and then I'm going to reassess in after 6 o'clock. Plenty wrong with me, I promise. Hey, see you guys tomorrow. Yeah, I will give the cats. I haven't seen the cats, by the way. Oh, there's one here. Are you doing pre-market tomorrow? I do pre-market every day, but it's a subscription through YouTube. Oh, Lance, you'll be fine at some point. Listen, if you want to be success, I mean, otherwise you just go back to long-term trading and you'll be fine. But listen, if you want to, you just need to just a little bit of tweaking, and you'll be good to go. At some point, you'll get so fed up. I mean, that's how it works, right? You get so fed up with yourself, and then you're like, oh my God, now I really need to change something. And what I'm doing, the outcome is not changing. I know it just this doesn't work, that doesn't work, and then you. So. Oh, Nokolan. Okay, if you do, please let me know in the Discord because I need to add you in the Discord to a different tab. I don't know if you have the same name on Discord, but send me a DM. I've got the Discord in the description and in the pin in the chat. But make sure you send me a message so I add you manually to it. Because if I'm not online on YouTube, I can send updates through the Discord tab. Yes. No more questions, guys? Okay. Okay, guys, again, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys so much. And I'm so grateful for the channel. Again, I just want to reiterate that the journey started with me by being recruited by a prop firm. And I wouldn't be there without them because they really pushed me to go solo. And the chat, and I say it many, many times, I don't know where I would have, I think I would have been profitable, but I don't know if I would have been, if I would have grown as much as a trader that I have done if I would have not had this channel. So that means you guys, the chat, and just being on YouTube and also keeping me very, I mean, I can't go crazy and on tilt on a stream. It would be really weird. And I think that the YouTube really helped me as well to grow faster in my patient issues. So I need to thank you guys as well. Just I'm very grateful for you guys, for the chat, and just the most important thing for me is the chat and the community that I'm building off this YouTube channel. So, but yeah. So again, thank you guys. I appreciate all of you. No Kalan. Oh, thank you, guys. Thank you. Please send me a message on in the Discord, please, so I can manually. There's still other people in the pre-market prep. I still don't know who you guys are. So please send me a message. So I need to add you because I'm not online all the time. Yeah. Oh, are you spooky, Nokalan? Nokalan, are you spooky? Yeah, we're gonna rock pre-market. We're gonna rock pre-market session. Okay, I got you. Okay, guys. I'll see you later. Stay safe and love you long time, and we'll talk soon again. Ciao, ciao.